Nice. Uh, I'm sure we are allowed to because Asmongold talks about it, Hassan talks about it, Hassan brings terrorists onto his stream to talk about it. But
Сега една история като истински кошмар. Как се живее
Съзидани прозорци и муха в общинско жилище в Кюстендил. О, не, това е ужасно.
в дом с зазидани прозорци, смухлясали стени и без достъп на слънчева светлина. На това е подложен мъж с телк и множество заболявания, настанен в общинско жилище в Кюстендил.
Верно, има съзиден прозорец, човек.
Ето го зазидания прозорец. Кой ги е зазидал? Превърнал е предишния обитател жилището в барикада, свалял е дограма, приковавал е вратите на вътрешните помещения, но най-абсурдното е, че да, имаме и зазидани прозорци. Новия наемател алармира, че живее в абсолютно непоносими условия и всъщност очаква
той човека си слушал букчета.
Общината да се намеси. Румен Бахов е в Кюстендил и ще ни разкаже на място историята и ще ни покаже как изглежда този апартамент. Добро утро!
Добро утро!
Мире, Вики, добро утро. Добро утро на господин Стефан Андреев. Господин Андреев, здравейте.
Здравей.
Поканихте ни тук, за да си изплачат.
В моето жилище да видите в какви условия живея.
Какви условия живеете?
Потресяващи. Влага, мухъл, мизерия. Ето, вижте.
Сега.
Вижте в какво е.
Да, виждам. Господин Андреев, може ли да влезете в спалнята си? Искам само на всички да ви кажа, че операторът Десислав Митов полага неистови усилия, за да осъществим тази жива връзка. Господин Андреев, тук ли е прозорец?
Това е прозорец. Това
трябва да бъде прозорец.
Разбираме, че тук е прозорец.
Това е просто направо съм шокиран.
Не, тук наистина ли е имало прозорец?
И тук имало е прозорец.
So CNN has been promoting an app for tracking ICE. Uh-oh, we're going to start with this one.
I just watched a CNN segment on a new app called Ice Block, and
it's called Ice Block. It's to block ICE.
To be promoting this app where you can tell people where ICE agents are. Given the recent rise,
an app that tells people where ICE agents are?
Yes.
Maybe the White House should release an app that tells everybody where the home addresses of the CNN employees are.
Given the rise,
public knowledge, right?
500% increase in assaults on ICE agents, I wanted to see if you could comment on that and why CNN would be promoting such an app.
Yeah.
Well, it's a very good question. I'll have to go back and watch the clip myself, but surely it sounds like this would be an incitement of further violence against
Weird
our ICE
statement, bro. No, it's not. The point that I'm making with that statement is that this is something that when it's applied to individual people, everybody acts like, oh my God, this is terrible. But whenever they apply it to government employees in order to help people evade arrest or to endanger the lives of police officers or the people that are in the surrounding area where the enforcement is taking place, it's somehow okay. And the reason why I use personal examples is because personal examples resonate with people in a way that abstractions like this don't. That's the reason why. It's because it works.
As you know, as you stated, there's been
it's a double 500%
increase in violence against ICE agents, law enforcement officers across the country who are just simply trying to do their jobs and remove public safety threats from our communities. And that's something we as Americans, including journalists at CNN who live in many of these cities where illegal aliens are hiding and were let in from the previous administration, should be very grateful for. So we haven't seen the clip. We'll take a look at it, but certainly certainly it's unacceptable.
Dodging police makes sense. Dodging CNN employees makes no sense. Dodging the police makes sense. So let me get this straight. You think that it's actually less dangerous to know where a random person's home address is than to give out real-time information about police officers trying to execute arrests? You really think that, like, I think that you've got things totally mixed up, buddy. Totally mixed up.
Work would promote such an app that is encouraging violence against law enforcement officers who are trying to keep
Unreal
our country
brain rot.
safe.
Exactly. I'll go ahead and I'll show the full video though. So apparently CNN has promoted this app. We're gonna watch this here.
On the heels of the huge Supreme Court ruling on Friday, the DOJ now continues to implement President Trump's immigration agenda. Earlier today, the department filed a lawsuit against sanctuary city policies in Los Angeles following the recent lawlessness and the riots that have plagued that city. And last week, the DOJ filed a complaint against Minnesota, challenging laws providing in-state tuition benefits to illegal immigrants. Still, Democrats are going way out of their way to resist everything that President Trump does. One software developer has now created an app to warn people when ICE agents are nearby. And this morning, fake news CNN appeared to promote the app. How nice of them. Take a look.
I talked with Joshua Aaron, who is the longtime tech worker who developed this platform, and he said he really wants it to be an early warning system for people.
There are two groups of people in this country that cause all of our problems. How does it keep happening?
About the location of immigrations and customs enforcement officers. So he says he does not want people interfering with those officers' activity, but he does want people to be able to avoid them altogether. You open the app, it looks like
you want people to avoid the officers? Okay, so that's users can submit ICE sightings. Users alerts users to ICE sightings within 5 miles, free and anonymous.
Map, and users can tap the map to report an ICE sighting in their area, and then everybody who uses the platform within 5 miles of that sighting will get a push alert.
Man.
This is a free iPhone app. It is anonymous. Aaron says he doesn't collect any user data.
And meanwhile, President Trump is set to visit the grand opening of what is now being dubbed
Is it not
Alligator
obstruction of justice? As I said, if I was president, my largest inhibitor would be the 8th Amendment. I'm just going to say that. The way that I would handle these problems is very different than the way the current government is handling them.
Alcatraz. That is a detention center in the Everglades for illegal immigrants. And the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is with us with more. Madam Attorney General, great to have you, as always.
It's against
Let's
cruel and
start
unusual
with these
punishment.
lawsuits, the one against Los Angeles and last week in Minnesota.
Yeah, well, Sean, we're, in Los Angeles, what LA was doing, and we also sued Karen Bass, the mayor, directly. What they were doing is they were prioritizing illegal aliens over American citizens, and you cannot.
I think this is the problem that these people have that think this is a good thing, is that when ICE is going out, like there are some cases where a person can make a report of police activity, but they don't necessarily, like there's no vetting of this. Like, for example, so I'll give you an example of something that happened like maybe 3 weeks ago, is that there was a police raid in order to arrest people that were selling drugs. And this police raid was inhibited by a bunch of protesters. Now, the problem is that whenever you have a app like this that you can just send out notifications on, there's no vetting process, there's no accountability, and there's no way that you can verify any of this stuff to be accurate or not. And so what ends up happening is that you're going to have people submitting false reports. You're going to have people that are confusing police officers for ICE agents. And this happens all the time. And it's happened many times publicly that were in, like well-known examples. And what's going to end up happening is that in doing so, guess who is going to have all of these apps? If you were a criminal, would you have this app? I know I would. And so now that you have criminals with these apps, what you do is that you have these criminals that are getting notifications. Oh my God, there's, this thing happening. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and maybe let's make sure that we have a weapon here, or let's leave a, like a pipe bomb inside of the apartment. Whenever they open the door, it blows up or something like that. There's a million different examples of this you can come up with. And so basically, criminals will use this as a tool that will enhance their ability to commit crimes. And if I was trying to commit crimes, I would do this too. Like, it's just smart, right? Of course it's smart. How long before ICE agents get ambushed by firefighters? Well, that's what they want. That's the entire point. That's what they want. The best tool for the cartel to smuggle drugs? Yes, that's not even using it as a means to avoid ICE. Of course not, because you're not going, like, realistically, an app like this is just going to be people that will be reporting police activity. Like, this is the outcome of an app like this, and so it will act as an inhibitor towards police actually just like fulfilling warrants. Of course, that's what's going to happen.
Do that. These sanctuary policies are the root of the cause of violent crime in our country, in LA. We saw it with the riots. We had to send out DEA, FBI, ATF, our U.S. Marshals, jeopardize their safety to help enforce the laws of Los Angeles. We are not going to protect illegal aliens over Americans no longer. It stopped. We have sued New York, Illinois, Colorado, New Jersey, and now we've sued Los Angeles, and we will continue to sue you if you do not follow the laws of our country.
Not enough. Put them in jail. Until I see mayors and government officials literally in handcuffs and being put behind bars, I'm bored. I think this is it. It's very frustrating to me that, we're not putting these people in prison. Suing them. Who cares about suing them? That's a waste of everybody's time and money. Who gives a shit about that? Most people should just start calling in false reports at places where no law enforcement is happening. Well, it's just silly.
Well, Mamdani, I noticed, made that pledge about not helping or following the law. We do have the supremacy clause in the Constitution. They do have jurisdiction, is my understanding, but isn't that the same for every sanctuary city or state?
Yeah, and what Dabi is saying in New York is utterly ridiculous. It's making mainstream anti-Semitism, Sean. This guy is out of control. What he's been doing, what he's been saying, he wanted to defund, do away with NYPD. It's so frightening, and the things about anti-Semitism should scare us all, given what happened with the Holocaust Museum, given what happened in Boulder, Colorado, and we just lost that victim, as you know, the 82-year-old victim who was firebombed, given what happened in the UK with that concert saying all these anti-Semitic things. Someone like that is very dangerous, not only for New York, but for our entire country. So we're going to keep fighting for the citizens of these cities. If these mayors and these candidates for mayors won't do it, Donald Trump will, including Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz in Minnesota.
Let's talk about, I mean, the administration racked up a series of very powerful decisions last week, including the nationwide injunction.
Let's see if this is some other bullshit. I want to go back to the ICE app and finish the rest of this. And so it looks like Trump is going to prosecute CNN over the ICE tracking app. Holy shit.
Mr. President and Madam Secretary, CNN yesterday pushed an app that lets you track where ICE agents are. Tom Homan was saying that perhaps CNN should be prosecuted for that. That's obstruction of law enforcement. You're saying that perhaps CNN should be prosecuted for that. That's obstruction of law enforcement. Your response?
Yeah, we're working with the Department of Justice to see if we can prosecute them for that, because what they're doing is actively encouraging people to avoid law enforcement activities, operations, and we're going to actually go after them and prosecute them with the partnership of PAM if we can, because what they're doing...
I don't believe this until I see them in jail. I don't believe it. I want to see them in jail. I'm so tired of not seeing people go to jail.
We believe is illegal.
And they may be prosecuted also for having given false reports on the attack in Iran. Given totally false reports. It was totally obliterated, and our people have to be celebrated, not come home and say, what do you mean?
Who to go to jail from CNN? You would put the people that made the decision to run the story, because you could find that through internal messaging that would have to be relinquished through discovery. And so the people that wrote it, potentially, editorial, just pick 3 random people and put them in jail. Prosecuting free press. The free press does not have the ability to promote something that actively inhibits and puts law enforcement in danger. Yeah.
They said we hit the target, so they may be very well prosecuted for that. What they did there was
not free press.
Totally illegal.
It's obstruction.
Okay, let's go. What's the standing around and not knowing where we are? And we're just taking tours through the areas where they stay and the areas where the medical is and all. And they've really done, between Christie and Ron and the whole group, it's really government working together. And congratulations to you two guys. But I wanted you to see it as opposed to
free press isn't immunity to crime.
Say,
true.
How was it? Right? It really is pretty amazing. Did they take the vote yet? How's the vote doing? I would normally be home waiting for the vote.
Yes, we would.
Or be in Congress. But I want to come down and see. I hear the vote's going to be good. So you'll let me know. You'll let me know.
I will let
Have
you know.
Have they taken it yet?
What's that?
They're taking it now.
I don't think they're technical yet. Not concluded, but they are taking.
It's not illegal to report police activity. Do you think, let me ask you a question. What do you think the purpose of this app is? So it's not illegal. The app will hinder, as you said, and make it harder, which translates to obstruction of justice. That's correct. But we're going to get through it. It's okay. I do think how people use it impedes police actions. So is impeding police actions against the law or not? Is obstruction of justice against the law? I do not believe it's illegal to report on police activity by the public. I didn't say that. So you are, and this is so you're being disingenuous, and you even know it. You're even admitting that you're being disingenuous. You're saying that the purpose of the app is to impede police activity, but then you're reverting back to an argument that denies the stated purpose of this app that you acknowledge. Just answer the question. Is it illegal to impede police activity or obstruct justice or not? I do not care how people use that. You don't care how people use it. Yes, you do care how people use it. You're being actively dishonest because you know that the conclusion of your logic is that it's committing a crime and it facilitates people committing and doing crime. That's the reason why. You know the conclusion for this. Yeah, it's that simple. I don't even know why somebody would say that. Self-contradicting statements. Yeah, there's no logic in this at all.
Wouldn't that be an upset, huh?
Yeah. Are you confident that this can get through the House? And is there any wiggle room on your July 4th?
It's the greatest tax cut in the history of our country. And if it doesn't pass, it's the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. That alone, 68% increase, as opposed to a massive cut. It's the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, and everybody gets it.
Take a look and say, oh, is this it? Oh, shit, they got a new one? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay, but anyway, yeah, I do want to say that, like, for the, what do you call it? The CNN ICE tracking app, I think that the person who makes the app, what they need to do is they need to let the app stay up for a little bit longer, because eventually somebody will get one right, and then they need to charge the person who made the app with obstruction of justice or some other crime. It's aiding and abetting. Yeah, based on the developer's words, he wants to fight back. Yeah, And so that's what you really need to do is that, and this is what I said before, is like, I'm a very big advocate of direct personal responsibility that is as extreme and brutal as possible. Because I think that's how you change behavior at a large scale. And I think that, again, two great examples of that are Johnny Somali and Vitali. You don't see anybody fucking around in Korea anymore, do you? You don't see anybody fucking around in the Philippines either. The reason why is the last two people who fucked around are in jail now. So that's the way that you solve problems. You solve problems by removing incentives and creating disincentives. That's it. It's that simple. introduced Alligator Alcatraz, and we're finally getting our first look inside the new facility. This is a facility they're making as a migrant detainment facility. I don't really know what to say about it, but that's where we're at. Here we go. We're here. That's right. Pretty nice place. Dude, it would suck. Like, you can't jerk off anywhere in here. Like, that would suck, bro. Like, goddamn. Like, everybody has to watch you. Like, fuck. Yeah. I mean, I guess you can. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Damn. That's a nice place. That's what you get, yeah? Rules you have to face the wall? Yeah, is that it? But there's no wall, it's all just a chain link fence. The interview we did on how to avoid the gators. Wait, what? How to avoid gators? Okay, give me a minute. Man. And where's the images here? This is gonna be a horror movie when the gators get in? Yeah, I don't know how they're getting the gators over there or not. So there it is, it's right there. And so where are they? So I guess the alligators are like in here. This is like the forest. This is like the PvP area or the wilderness area. Oh man, it's fucking massive. Look at that. Holy shit. God damn.
I don't think he knows that.
There he is. The draft, yeah, he got drafted. It begins, yeah, we got to import into Texas Gators. Oh man, new federal employee. Yep, that's right, guys. Alligators never stop growing. They only die when they can't eat enough to sustain their size. We can measure success by the size of the alligators. So like if you want the 10-foot big boys, because like you know that they do work, right? Yeah, who's gonna feed them? You know the answer to that. I think that we all know the answer to that.
Hello, everybody. The trip was nice, and the job they've done is fantastic. And this is what...
Just a second, my dad's calling me. Hello? My dad said that there's no getting away from the gators. And not to forget about the pythons, too.
Indeed, and Ron worked beautifully with Christie and
yeah.
the people at Homeland Security and got it done in how many days?
8 days, a new facility was up and running.
So they built this entire thing in 8 days? Well, why the fuck is the highway still under construction? What the hell is...
And is this the model going forward, Mr. President?
It can be. I mean, you don't always have land so beautiful and so secure. We have a lot of bodyguards and a lot of cops that are in the form of alligators. You're not dependent so much.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to run through the Everglades for long. We'll keep people...
Oh my God.
It's a very important thing. We're setting records at the board. You know, we had no people come through this.
There's no gators on the highway? I guess so. It really is just a fence inside a tent? Well, yeah.
Well, look, thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for your leadership. The border, you did that quicker than we knew you'd do it, but you did it so quick, which is great. But Biden let in how many millions, and you got to take care of them. And so this is one example of state operating this. The feds are approving it, supporting it. We're also going to have 2,000 more at Camp Landing, which is our National Guard site.
Oh my God.
We're the only state in the country that mandates our state and local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE. It's made a huge difference. On any given day, Florida constitutes about 20% of all immigration arrests nationwide.
So they're going to be able to get all of them. So they need 4 more of these.
Don't let Florida be the only state. We've got very red states that should be doing this just as much as Florida's doing. That will increase their numbers. And then what happens is you'll have a lot of people that will deport on their own because they don't want to end up in an alligator Alcatraz or some of those other...
They're gonna deport on their own because they don't want to end up in alligator Alcatraz. Is that right? I bet that's true.
To step up.
I do.
I was going to ask you, would this be enticing for other states to come up with their own model?
They are doing it. We have Louisiana doing it.
Yeah.
Alabama's doing it. We have a lot of states. They seem to be red states. Blue states for whatever reason. So, but the red states, Republican-run states, are doing it. The blue states don't do very well at security policing.
You know, I would say that exactly right. The governor here has been fantastic in forming this partnership with the Department of Homeland Security. We were looking at different contracts with different vendors and thought, why not go straight to our governors and ask them to help us solve this problem? Florida was
it's pretty loud. It's hard to listen to this. I'll see if I can find some more clips that are a little bit better. Okay. Alligator. Bro, did I just see what I thought I saw? Oh my God. Jesus. What are these people doing? Okay, so yeah, there's the video right there. Those are the driv. Let's see if there's any more of this over here. Yeah, it's going to deputize National Guardsmen.
Be deputized to be... This is we're offering up our National Guard and other folks in Florida to be deputized to be immigration judges. We're working with the Department
Gotta catch them all.
of Justice for the approvals. I'm sure Pam will approve. But then I'll have a National Guard judge advocate here. Someone has a notice to appear. Biden would tell them to come back in 3 years and appear. Now you'll be able to appear in like a day or two, so they're not going to be detained hopefully for all that long. We'll have people here in this facility that can make, it's a bureaucracy. The president's got to deal with the bureaucracy. Now, that Supreme Court ruling was good because that's going to allow him to be able to exercise Article 2 the way founders intended. But you still have bureaucracy. So we want to cut through that so that we have an efficient operation between Florida and DHS to get the removal of these illegals done.
So this is it. And then this is the... Damn, bro, he got him in there, huh? Holy shit. God damn. And so there it is, guys. I guess we got, oh no.
Alcatraz. I just want everyone to know that there's official Alligator Alcatraz merch. There it is, provided to us by the state of Florida. Incredible.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah. Would you rock this drip? Look at that.
It's a nice hat. I've got to say, it is a nice hat by the state. Yeah. And so it's officially on, Alligator Alcatraz is officially on Google Maps. Holy fucking shit.
This is air-conditioned. I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned facility, so if any of the news claims are keeping them out in the hot, humid South Florida, that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here.
To be honest. Hey, Biden wanted me in here, okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here, that son of a bitch.
He just doesn't give a fuck anymore, huh? He really just doesn't give a fuck anymore. Oh my God.
Hey, Biden wanted me in here, okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here, that son of a bitch.
I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned.
Oh my God. Yeah, he just sitting around talking about that shit, son of a bitch. And so let's see here. Where's the rest of these? Oh man, look at all this.
We're down at Alligator Alley right here, right outside of China. We got a lot of people that's protesting. President Trump is getting ready to take off. Hopefully we get some footage of the Gators later on. things have been escalating. I heard that a woman recently got hit in the face, so they're pushing everyone down to the single file line, down to the right. You got press and all the media down to the right. Everyone, just like I said before, waiting for President Trump to take off. They're trying to
stop ICE. It's all a bunch of fucking old people. It's a bunch of old white people. Old white people complaining.
Moving everyone down the single file line.
Get out of here, Kid Rock.
You are not a part of our group. You're not a part of our group if you stay. Only people who... No! This is
Retired. I love how she's multi-classing. She's got on, like, isn't that one of those, like, I think, isn't that a pro-Palestine thing, too? And she's over here for the illegals? It is? I thought it, well, yeah, that's what I thought it is. I don't know how to say the name. But, yeah, bro, she's multi-classing.
Let's go back and get some rules.
It looks like they've been bringing some of the migrants in. They've been bringing some of the migrants into this facility as well. So they have to clear up the roads to bring.
They got rainbow stickers on their loudspeakers.
The water in the canal over to our right.
They need to go get the alligators out of there.
The alligator alley.
Yeah.
So thankfully we don't have any that's done popped up and giving us any surprise.
Please walk back. You choose to stay. You are not a part of our group. Thank you. If you want to respect the organizers, please walk back. If you choose to stay, you are not a part of our group. Thank you.
Yes, she is multi-classing. Look at this. Professional complainers. How is it that we have so many of these unemployed Karens that we're just paying to run around and fuck around and mess everything up? Why is this happening? These, yes, multi-classing Karens. Where the fuck do these people get? She is employed? It's Monday. No, she's not. It's 3 fucking p.m. He posted this 2 hours ago. It's in the middle of the day. She's not employed.
If we could all start walking, whoever it was.
Let me read some of the signs. Planes to El Salvador. Something about Auschwitz. No swamp Gestapo. It's funny to me how one note these people are. Literally everything is something about Nazi Germany. Out of the road, you're going to get run over.
We're not engaging.
Hey, ho, ho, you gotta stay off the road. Hey, ho, ho, you got to stay off the road.
Yes, I'm staying off the road. We actually agree on that one.
Oh, Jesus. God, isn't it crazy that these people, they just run around and they just cause problems just everywhere?
Welcome to Alligator Alcatraz. The entrance here is a 30-foot tall wall. None of this was here 5 days ago.
You could get over that
razor wire
real
on the
easy.
top, just unbelievably
To be fair, you could get
impressive
over that.
what the state of Florida has done here. Over my shoulder is the actual facility. As you can see, we'll be entering soon.
Pop it? No, it's super easy. I've done that one time.
Gate for Alligator Alcatraz. Got mosquitoes everywhere. They're like landing. There you go. Look at that. Not a fun place.
Easy bit carpet.
To
Yeah.
be put in prison. You do not want to go here. Obviously, this is going to be a 5,000 bed federal facility. President Trump will be here soon. I'm getting swarmed by mosquitoes right now, and we saw at least 30 alligators on our way in driving. It is in the middle of truly nowhere. It took us an hour, 4-hour drive to get here today. It's crazy. Look at that. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. as far as the eye can see. You go in, you don't come out. And if you do, the alligators get you. And the mosquitoes. Jeez. All right.
Bro.
Okay, we'll show you inside. Follow along. going to be amazing.
Oh, God. Catch me outside. 5-day consecration. Yeah, there it is, man. It's so fucking funny, man. 30 swan puppies, not a fun time? Yeah, come outside, bro. Like, yeah, see what happens. And it's on the maps and everything. Oh. This is so stupid.
Yo, VIP.
Oh my fucking God. And where is this coming from, bro? Like, oh man.
And right here on this location, we'll have about 3,000 beds. Other location will have another 2,000 beds that will allow us to bring individuals across the country that we are bringing in and incarcerating for violating our laws, and immediately get them out of the country as soon as we possibly can. It's exactly what we need to be perpetuating in other states. And what I would say is, I want all of you to notice these flyers that we've got. Is that everybody who sees these flyers or anybody who sees these news clips should know you can still go home on your own.
Yep.
You can self-deport. If you go on the CBP Home app and go home now, you will get the chance to come back to the United States legally. You will get the chance to come back and do it the right way.
Roach out,
if you don't, you may end up here. And you may end up here and being processed, deported out of this country, and never get the chance to come back. That is the consequences of breaking the law in the United States of America. Listen, our job is to uphold the law. This is a country of laws. We have a border now, and because we have a president that cares and recognizes that we need to...
Yeah, we're just going to pay him $1,000 to get the fuck out of here.
So I'm going to pay you $100 to fuck off.
There's been a lot of inflation since then, so it's more now.
Be a nation of borders and a nation that upholds the law.
Yeah.
If you break the law, there's consequences. We will deport you, and you will never get to be a United States citizen. You'll never even get to come back here and work and to pursue the American dream. But if you decide you want to go home now, go home, and we'll help facilitate it. We'll buy your plane ticket. We'll get you there. In fact, I just got back from Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras. Those countries are excited to get their citizens home.
No, they're not. No, they're fucking not. They're probably... No way. Oh, let's see here. What is this? I already saw that one. If there's any more of these, okay. Liberal has a... Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, we'll watch this one.
You're calling it Alligator Alcatraz. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well,
if you missed it, Trump is headed to a low-cost immigrant detention camp built by Ron DeSatan in the Florida Everglades.
Let me just turn it back.
You're calling it Alligator Alcatraz. Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
If you missed it, Trump is headed to a low-cost immigrant detention camp built by Ron DeSatan in the Florida...
I love how everybody makes fun of how childish Trump's names are, but now all of the leftists and people that are against him are using all of the names. If you hated this so bad, and he's such a bad dude for it, then why are they all doing it now?
Florida Everglades. According to Triple K Caroline, quote, the only way out is via a one-way flight, and it's surrounded by dangerous wildlife. You cannot be fucking serious. Listen, I know most maggots are 10-watt bulbs and 200-watt sockets, but let me see if I can make this crystal fucking clear for you.
Okay.
A large concentration of folks deemed undesirable by the government put in a camp with no due process. If...
Sounds good. All right. Okay, got it. All right, I was already sold, but now it's getting even better. Okay.
Only there were some historical similarities there. Oh, wait, they might as well fucking write hard work will set you free above the entrance. And oh yeah, as for the whole low cost and efficiency thing, the expected spending on this is $450 million to intern 1,000 people. Not a great look for the party of fiscal responsibility.
Well, it's 1,000 people at one period of time. You're going to be cycling through them at a regular basis. So it's like it's a high fixed cost, but like there's a variable cost that gets lower over time.
So when I tell you soulless, loathsome, maggot pieces of shit to get fucked, this is why. This is the side of history that you're supporting.
It's always, bro, It's always about being on the side of history. What I think, whenever I see the idea of like being on a certain side of history, I think this is prime, like 100% narcissism, because these people think that they're going to be involved in history to begin with. You think there's going to be like photographs of you with like your, your Ukraine shirt with your Palestine flag, with your anti-ICE sign out there, and it says under the caption, brave fighter resists against tyranny. Like this is, you really think this is what's going to happen? No, it's so delusional, self-centered, and narcissistic. It's unbelievable. It really is. It's sad to see. The right side of history is the leftist version of only God can judge me. Yes.
What's the alligator out
This is way too fucking loud. I hate the fucking airplane shit. Let's see if I can find it.
Proud of it. Mr. President, Mr. Governor, what's your message to Governor Gavin Newsom inside of this facility?
Well, the first thing you should do is come here and learn something, because they don't do this. They don't know. They wouldn't know where to begin, and if they did, it would cost them 100 times more. So I would say he should call the governor and Christie, and I'm sure you'd give him because his state is a disaster, and he doesn't do this.
Man, and bro's talking mad shit. Yeah, like he just sitting around saying whatever the fuck. And so anyway, there it is. So you got a bunch of these, and these are other detainment camps as well. So they're letting them sleep under fucking aluminum foil. That sucks. And what is this here?
Affront to the people, the nature, affront to the people, the nature, the community of South Florida. This is a environmentally destructive and spiritually poisonous.
Spiritually poisonous. Oh God, yeah, for sure, bro. I guarantee you, this guy probably doesn't even believe in God. He's just using this as like a weapon to like get people to like agree with him.
Prison camp, but they want to construct on sacred land in sensitive habitat that cannot be allowed to
sacred land. Oh God. Oh God. Mental protesters feed him to the gators. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's an illegal. They won't need to do that. And okay. Oh God. Oh bro. Crash out Karen at it again.
To forget about him, but Ron DeSantis is still governor of Florida. He took the Comfy Couch hosts on a tour of the concentration camp that he's building in Florida.
Y'all really they love, bro. I wonder what it would be like to be like a Holocaust survivor or like a person who had to live through like Nazi oppression. And you have these people that are comparing like your family being systematically exterminated along with the entire ethnic area of that place to people being deported for being in a country illegally. Like, I wonder, like, I mean, that must be offensive to them, right? I feel like that's really kind of, yeah, you're kind of downplaying it a little bit, huh?
Florida in order to round up people, brown people, and throw them in a camp because he doesn't want them in Florida. Surprise,
We're
surprise.
not gonna. No. What did she say again?
Up people, brown people, and throw them in a camp.
Oh, brown. I thought she said round. I was gonna say that the fat camps, they need to do those, but they haven't done those yet.
Camp because
they're only putting brown. They're rounding up and putting all the brown people in concentration camps.
Doesn't want them in Florida. Surprise, surprise. The economy of Florida is going to be severely harmed by rounding up brown people who, by the way, all over this country, Latinos are afraid to go to work. Anybody who is perceived.
Why would a Latino be afraid to go to work? It doesn't even make sense. Why do they keep acting like this is law-abiding citizens? Yeah, like I have plenty of friends that are non-white, and they go to work every day. What is this?
Or looks Latino is afraid to go to work.
Oh, they
I know
look Latino.
Who are to forget about
right,
them.
of course. Yeah, the fat camps will come in another year. It's the RFK DLC. Yeah, I mean, I think what they should do with the fat camps too, by the way, like I really like, the spectacle of certain things. And I think that for each of the fatties, like we should start with the ones that are over 500 pounds, right? I think that they should have one of these. Now, obviously, they would need a more, they would need a heavy duty crane. I don't think this would be enough for some of these people, but you would have to. Can we please, bro? Please put them in with a crane. Please put them in with the fucking crane. Can you imagine that? Yeah, lift them over the wall.
No, I don't think he knows that.
Carry the payload? Yeah. They have a dump truck to transport them? Yeah. They catapult them over? Well, no, then they get hurt. They mess up their leg. Then they can't go on a treadmill. That'd cause a bunch of problems. Then they'd just be fat over there even longer. We don't want them to be fat. Like, yeah, you got to get rid of it. What is this here? And I'll see if there's any more of these to look at it. But yeah, this is, I think, one of the last ones.
We've got a massive runway right behind us where any of the federal assets that they want to fly these people back to their home country, they can do it one-stop shop.
Wow.
One-stop shop, you got it all. You got the detention facility, you got the airport. Can the federal government make good use of this?
We sure can. Talk about efficiency right then and there. But also I want to talk about the funding for this. Some of it will be paid by the state of Florida, but a lot of it will be paid by the federal government. We're actually looking at FEMA to fund this through the Shelter and Services Program, which we saw in the Biden administration. That funding was bastardized to use for places like the Roosevelt Hotel, which is the place that housed Tren de Aragua, was really the base of operation.
So you're thinking, so what we're saying is that basically the funding is still for an illegal alien hotel. It's just that now it's in Alligator Alcatraz instead of the Hilton. Well, I feel like that might be a little bit more efficient.
There, as well as Lake and Riley's Kill.
Yeah.
So we're going to take that funding
like
and actually house
Hotel.
these illegal aliens before we get them out the door and out of our country.
All right. We've got a massive runway
One more. I guess this is him explaining it.
And it's a great honor to be deep in Florida, the Florida Everglades, to open America's newest migrant detention center. It's incredibly built, and you're seeing that yourself. That's why I said, let the press join us on our walk so they can see what's happening.
Oh, wow.
It's known as Alligator Alcatraz, which is very appropriate because I looked outside and that's not a place I want to go hiking anytime soon.
Yeah.
But very soon, this facility will house some of the most menacing migrants, some of the most vicious people on the planet. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland, and the only way out is really deportation. And a lot of these people are self-deporting back to their country where they came from. Quite a few were amazed at actually the number.
Bro, I'd be fucking leaving.
We took the FEMA money that Joe Biden allocated to pay for
So Joe Biden basically did this.
Free luxury hotel rooms, where he's paying
Thank you,
hundreds
Biden.
of millions of dollars in New York City. And we used it to build this project, and Iran was just a little fraction of that money. The money they spent on that.
Man, and so there it is, guys. So many people are going to die here, and their bodies will be dumped into the swamp to hide the evidence. We will never know about it because they will lie and cover it up. This is not the way. Hashtag Alligator Auschwitz should not exist. Hashtag American concentration camps should not exist. What a surprise that a brightly colored Karen with like you know that hair. What a big surprise that's it. What is this?
I will be in jail if I see somebody wearing an alligator Alcatraz shirt or any type of merch.
What are you gonna do?
It's a concentration camp. And using that language matters. It is a concentration camp, and
I don't think that these people realize that. I don't think anybody gives a fuck about any of this language and like this World War II posturing bullshit. Like, am I the only person that literally just thinks it's funny that they're even trying to use this as an example? Like, oh, wow, I'm going to use this as, oh, it's a concentration camp for sure. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Definitely. 100%. It's hilarious.
we're
Yeah.
acting like it's an amusement park. It's disgusting. I will be in.
Well, okay. So if she's unhappy and she says that it should be an amusement park, I think I have the solution. Whenever one of them escapes, we need to have 24/7 drone coverage on the individual aliens that are getting out of the different facilities, and then people can bet on them live on Polymarket to see who's going to get away and for how long will they survive. And if they end up making it to a city, they get American citizenship. You want an amusement park? I'd say that's fucking amusing. I don't see the problem there at all. There you go. We'll go through.
downfall of Duolingo. You're about to see the downfall of Duolingo in real time.
You're watching the live downfall of Duolingo.
Everyone's calling for the mass unfollowing of Duolingo. Duolingo used to be one of the most trivially polarizing companies in Silicon Valley, thanks to their sassy owl mascot Duo and his hot takes on every pop culture moment. But now, Duolingo is in the hot seat, and Duo can't take the heat.
We've successfully bullied them off the internet. All their videos are gone. Just like that.
Duolingo went from Silicon Valley meme king to Elon-level villain, practically overnight. But what actually happened? Is the company doomed, or are they just ahead of their time? Even if you've never used Duolingo, you probably know the brand, or at least the bird. Duo isn't just a mascot, he's a cultural icon. Part coach, part troll, part threat. He's like an unhinged version of Microsoft's Clippy, helping you navigate your language learning journey. For years, Duo was the soul of the brand. But as the company leaned hard into AI, aka replacing human workers with AI, something changed. The lessons got worse. The features sucked more, and the vibes got colder. And even the most dedicated users felt betrayed enough to forfeit their years.
Through, actually, you know what? We already went through a lot of these. Oh my. Oh shit. That's a whole ass lot of them. God damn, that's a lot of them. Well, they're gonna be having a good time over there, huh? Is that it? Yeah, the problem is they think they're smart and all I see is golden juice. No, the reason why they say this shit and they get into it is that you described the Hunger Games. Well, yeah, I mean, of course they're going to be hungry. Yeah. I mean, of course they're hungry. They don't have it, like, probably not a lot of people escape. So, like, yeah, that'll be it. The concentration camp, I don't even give a shit. Like, you call it whatever you want. I agree with whatever it is. Yeah, I mean, somebody wants to go and say, oh, it's like World War II. Okay, whatever. Gives a shit. And so, same people that get mad over the word concentration camps are the ones shouting death to Jews, intifada. Yeah, exactly, right, of course. Gators don't die of old age. They keep getting bigger and die of starvation. So you can have, like, boss gators. Well, that'd be a good idea. Eighth Amendment, Asmon? No. Listen, we're not feeding them to the gators. They're just near the gators, and the gators eat them. Yeah, that's all. I gotta end a bit earlier. I've got to take my dad up to a doctor's appointment today. And so I got to leave in about 5 minutes. I can hang out for about 5 more minutes, but I've got to go up there and do that for him. And so that's the plan. Have a little bit of a shorter day today. Hopefully soon we can get back to normalcy. But right now we just have to keep dealing with this stuff. So yeah, that's where we're at. And I want to make sure I got on at least for a little bit and hung out with you guys and did that. I try to be live every single day, and you know, we do our best, although sometimes real life gets in the way and I have to go up and down. Did you comment on Trump saying Elon's home is in South Africa? No, I'll give you my brief opinion on that. I think it's stupid and I think it's destructive. Elon and Trump should be working together. They agree on 9 out of 10 things, and the arguments and fighting between them only serves to weaken both of their parties and both of their positions. It's a bad idea. Look at the White House official page. Okay. Pass the one big beautiful bill. Wait. Branding is immaculate. Unless they're going to rig the next election, all the American data that Elon's installed pipelined is training into super AI. I think that right now, the chances of a Democrat winning the next election are pretty much zero. I'll be real. I think it's pretty much zero. Like, why would anybody vote for, like, all of their, like, everything that they do and, like, all of their positions are just retard positions that I don't think that normal people agree with. Like, you know, like, sex changes for kids, fucking illegal aliens and giving them aid. Just bullshit. Yeah, and like, it's ridiculous. Like, there's no way that they're going to be able to win.
welcome to the Bronx. This is where AOC says she's from.
The Bronx.
And this is where AOC is actually from. Welcome to Yorktown, the business hamlet of Yorktown Heights. There's mansions.
Why is it that all of these like radical socialist leftist people are actually just rich kids cosplaying as being poor third worlders? Why is this happening?
Everywhere. It's beautiful, it's green, it's pristine, it's clean. And they even have a Christopher Columbus Society. I thought AOC got all those statues ripped down. Some structural racism right here in AOC's hometown. Today we're going to investigate the biggest lie in all of politics, the fraud of AOC. Let's go.
Oh, feels the propaganda better? I guess so. The Oppression Olympics?
This is the Bronx. The Bronx is a gritty, working-class, hardscrabble, historic borough of New York City. AOC is a communist who represents the Bronx in Congress. She's not just a rising star in the Democrat Party, she is the Democrat Party. Clearly preparing for a 2028 run, AOC is breaking fundraising records and filling stadiums to hype her Bronx girl
Who the
persona.
fuck's giving her money? Like, like, who gives this bitch money? Like, I can't believe this. How do you do this?
I'm a girl from the Bronx.
AOC won her seat in Congress in 2018 by attacking her establishment Democrat opponent as not being sufficiently from the Bronx.
That a Democrat who takes corporate money, doesn't live here, doesn't send his kids to our schools, doesn't drink our water, cannot possibly represent us.
AOC reflexively repeats that she's from the Bronx and a Bronx girl.
I speak like a girl from the block.
And again,
I grew up first.
I love how, like, whenever she's saying that, it's very obvious that she's trying to say it that way.
Generation in the Bronx.
Yeah.
Again.
Girls from the Bronx are welcome everywhere.
So
like,
often.
it's so obvious that it's literally anybody. This is my opinion. Anybody that I see that does any code switching, I immediately don't trust them. I don't.
That it's almost a pathology. In fact, AOC just pulled the Bronx girl card again this week, responding to President Trump, saying she would eat a Queens boy like Donald Trump for breakfast.
I don't think he knows how to deal with a girl from the Bronx.
Something's very wrong here. What functional adult repeats where they're from this often? Someone who's lying.
Well, any rapper, but yeah, besides that.
And here's the dirty little secret. AOC is not actually from the Bronx. Since AOC was an infant, her family has lived in a beautiful little hamlet called Yorktown Heights. This little town...
No way. Oh, man. That's funny. That's really fucking funny. Wow.
Town Heights. This little town is the opposite of AOC's gritty, downtrodden.
Wow. Wow.
Town Heights. This little town is the opposite of AOC's gritty, downtrodden, working-class persona.
I think that and am I crazy? Like, this looks like a nice place. I don't think there's anything wrong with this place. This is like downtown Austin some places. Yeah, this is fine.
Working class persona. It's clean and beautiful and safe.
Yeah, but I mean this is where people this looks like the kind of neighborhood where people call the police on minorities. I'm just going to say it. It does. It looks like one of those neighborhoods. Those big lawns, everything's very manicured. Yeah.
Up in is well off, leafy and manicured. AOC went to elementary, middle, and high school here. She graduated from Yorktown High, where she went by the name Sandy Cortez. And then she graduated from Boston University with an economics degree. Since AOC is about to run for president, we thought it would be important to investigate the town that gave America its most famous communist.
This is not the Bronx. As you can see here, this is the leafy, beautiful Parkway suburbs. Is that a golf course? Oh, it's gorgeous.
Look at this. Look at, bro, what is this? Is this like Michael Jackson's house? Bro, this is like Pablo Escobar level. Like, what is going on? What is that, like a racing track for horses?
What a pleasant and wonderful drive.
It's a
I feel like
country
I'm on my way to Pleasantville. Very much looking forward to finding out where AOC
It's a clubhouse?
is from.
Oh, God.
After a 90-minute drive from
Finding out where AOC
It's a clubhouse?
is from.
Oh, God.
After a 90-minute drive from New York City, we finally got to
Okay, so
Yorktown.
that puts it into perspective. 90 minutes away. That's pretty far away. Like, I mean, like, San Antonio's like 45 minutes away from Austin. Is the whole area away? Yeah, like, I mean, I couldn't say I'm from San Antonio. Like, that's crazy. I wouldn't even say I'm from San Marcos. Austin to Waco? Yeah, I got a friend that grew up in Waco. I'm not from Waco. That's a whole ass different place.
On Heights. Check out this beautiful entry to the city. Trees lining the road. Some mansions.
Where the
beautifully
crackheads?
manicured. Trees lining the road. Some mansions.
Where the
beautifully
crackheads?
manicured lawns. American flags.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So you know... You know this is a right-wing area. They've got American flags. I guess they must be really racist.
An awesome place to be from.
Where's the graffiti?
Out of the car.
Where's
and
the
you find
fence
something
zombies?
like this.
Welcome to the capitalist horrors of AOC's Yorktown.
Look at this. Pardon our... Read this sign. Pardon our appearance as we revitalize the garden. Bro, like, this is the most fucking posh, like, fucking, gated ass community. Like, you're going around, like, what is this? Like, oh my God. Like a country club, this is some uppity ass shit. Yes.
Heights.
This shit makes me uncomfortable. Like, oh my God.
State Park. You can see here a Veterans Memorial Circle that's been beautifully tended and groomed. A lot of American flags and a lot of honor for our great nation. Really, just a terrifying place to grow up here. I hear that there are miles of luscious trails going through the forest here. Boy, you can understand
Hot
why you
Fuzz
become
2
a
could take
communist
place here?
growing up
Yeah.
in a hood like this.
No, you're right. That's a good one.
Capitalist swine trying to sell me rhubarb.
Rhubarb. I don't even know what... The only time I ever hear the word rhubarb is when I'm playing a video game. I don't even know what rhubarb is. It's like some sort of shit that grows out of the ground, right? It's like a plant. It's the white... Is rhubarb a white people plant? Became popular in North America. Okay, so it doesn't want to say. It doesn't want to say. So yeah, I can't just have it say it, right? It's bitter celery. Why don't these people just eat McDonald's? Fresh real key lime pies. Dude, this is some place, like, I feel like I would get the cops call on me if I was in this place. Like, they just see, bro, they see me walking around. They see me, I'm walking around, they said, I think we have a it could, well, I don't know for sure, but you might want to check his pockets. I don't know what he has on him. Yeah, I don't know what this is, and, you know, it's going to be sundown soon, and so if we could just get this taken care of, you know, a vagrant, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I get arrested for fucking vagrancy. This is nuts.
Rhubarb at this beautiful Meadows farmer's market.
Yeah.
That, like, you can just smell it. They just want my money, my capitalist dollars. I'm not going to let them do it.
And keep in mind, they're going to want a lot of money. Those key lime pies are like probably fucking $27 on sale.
I'm an angry Marxist, right? This is what black pills someone like AOC, right? The fresh pies.
Oh, wow.
The fresh fruit and
Sweet
vegetables.
corn.
You know, could you imagine growing up like this? Hell on earth. Have they ever tried to apologize to AOC? Look at that. No trash, no graffiti.
You know what this place could use? 20,000 migrants from a third world country. I think that would just fix this place right up. Yeah.
Yellow school buses, disgusting, okay?
Oh.
So safe, so clean. AOC grew up here, now you can understand, okay? You can understand where the radicalization comes from.
And look at all these cars, by the way. Look at this parking lot. There's not a single piece of shit car in the entire parking lot. If this was in Austin, there'd be at least one car without a bumper. Like, yeah, something like that. Or like it's got a sticker and it says like, you know, fucking vote for George Bush.
And where the radicalization comes from. It's too nice.
George H. Bush, by the way.
That flagpole right there just makes your blood boil.
Yeah.
Let's see what new horrors await us around the corner. This is where AOC got the idea for the Green New Deal. That's what we'd all be driving in.
Oh,
if AOC got it. Do you understand?
Oh,
She
shit,
grew
they
up
bring
with a
it
horse and
back.
buggy. That's what she wants us to go back
Yeah.
to. Get it? You gotta think like her.
Mm-hmm. How much? What, bro? Please tell me how much it was.
Pressing. With my made from scratch cinnamon rolls, my ice cream.
How much was it?
Thank you.
How much
What
was
a terrible life.
How much? What do y'all think? I'm thinking 23. No, actually, no. Let me dial it down. Let's go to 18.
I hate capitalism. So angry. This is hell. We must destroy America and capitalism.
I am so mad that Benny did not say how much it was. I'm actually so fucking mad, bro. Like, I deserve that. Google it? I don't want to Google it. Oh, God. Look it up. Okay.
So angry.
Outside, I'm going to do it. We are going to look and we're going to add up how much money this was, okay? So he ordered ice cream, a coffee, and a cinnamon roll, okay? You guys see this? I think this is probably a small hard scoop of ice cream. It could maybe be a large, but let's assume that it's a small. And especially like maybe large, 2 scoops. Well, no, usually they'll fill it up. So let's say that's $5, okay? So we've got $5 right there. And we've also got coffee is $3, okay? And where is... Well, oh, they don't even have the cinnamon roll on there. Well, shit. I can't even know now. I'll assume it's probably about the same as the ice cream. It's like $3. So it's like $15, probably somewhere around there. That's actually not that's not awful, okay? Let's be reasonable, guys. That's not awful. In Austin, we have plenty of overpriced bullshit here, okay?
This is hell. We must destroy America and capitalism.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, wait a minute. Where's the crazy people that come up to you and steal your phone while you're eating dinner? What about them?
Oh, don't worry. There's a secret, adorable patio.
Bro. Where's the Fent zombies? Shouldn't there be like 3 living there under this?
That we missed, a luscious green
Why isn't there any
oasis hamlet
graffiti
back
anywhere?
here that we happened to miss while we were rage eating our ice cream.
how beautiful this is.
Seeing this as New York it's really kind of funny because it reminds me of like, you know, like in those zombie movies where like at the end of the movie they finally make it to like the city that doesn't have the infection in it and like everybody's normal. That's what this kind of reminds me of.
Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? We got subscribers in AOC's hometown. Look at this. Look at this.
Well,
beautiful
yeah, of course. I mean, that's why I would expect them to be.
Park, got American flags here. What a patriotic, beautiful town. We got Revolutionary War battles that were fought here. You can see up here, freaking straight out of the Patriot. They even got the axe, and the American flags are sponsored by veterans. What a beautiful place.
Wow.
This is like a paradise. This is an American hamlet. And it's worth noting that AOC didn't just live here as like a little kid or whatever.
Yeah.
She was here before she could talk or walk. She was here as an infant. She moved here. And then went to high school here. She graduated and went to Boston University, a very prestigious university. Then she decided that she was going to sign up for Communist Central Casting. Makes you wonder.
Man.
Yorktown Police.
That's why there's no Fent zombies. Yep. Luxury beliefs.
Nice, look at that.
And look at, dude, look how racist the police are. Do you see they have the American flag on the side of the car? That's fucked up, man.
Defunded there. You ever seen a Starbucks like this? This is beautiful. Amazing thing just happened.
These are better than
Firefighter
the
comes
ones
up
in
to us and says, "I know AOC. I knew her."
Actually, it's actually not true. They've gentrified all of like Austin, like West Austin or East Austin, and they've basically just replaced all of the fucking, you know, old like, you know, traditional minority-owned businesses with like coffee shops and like, you know, crepe shops and fucking like smoothie bars and shit like this. At East Austin, yeah, it used to be ghetto as fuck. Bro, it used to be a PvP server. And now, like, the same places where people used to sell drugs, now there's, like, electric car charging stations there.
High school. And she was mean. She was like a bully. Of course she's from here. She was raised here. Everybody knew her. Everybody knows her. And he doesn't know what the hell happened to her. He said she was, like, hanging out in his house all the time. What happened? What happened? Who hurt you? AOC. Who hurt you? Maybe he was her boyfriend. Welcome to the beautiful Yorktown stage, where AOC learned to be a theater kid.
Oh,
Came in
wow.
handy later in life, having to sell you a life of oppression, right? They got Jekyll and
Wait,
Hyde.
was she actually a theater kid? Because if she is, that just made me more like, that affirmed one of my prejudices. Did I just get one of my prejudices? No, I don't know if she is or not. So did I just get a prejudice reaffirmed? I did. Oh, it feels good. I knew it.
Coming up in September, based on AOC.
Bingo.
Nothing says true.
Yeah, bro, pickleball? Oh, this is definitely for white people. Oh my God. You know Nick's house, that $20 million piece of shit mansion? They've got a pickleball court.
Like growing up next to a massive pickleball court at scale.
Yeah.
Okay. Got to shut this place down. Rumor has it this is where AOC really found herself, really got in touch with
yeah.
the
Mexican
tequila bar.
Don Pablo.
Clean, happy, safe town.
After a very pleasant afternoon in Yorktown Heights, we realized we must be missing something. Time to head over to AOC's childhood home.
That's a really nice place.
It's AOC's hood.
Wow. Wow. It's a nice house.
Untrimmed hedge here and there.
Some nice houses.
Lawn gnome.
Yeah.
Might jump out at you. This is AOC's street that she grew up on.
In fact, AOC's childhood home is appraised at close to $500,000 right now. And across the street, a Trump yard sign.
Uh-oh.
2024.
Really? To AOC's house.
Man.
We were even able to speak with some of AOC's neighbors that remember her all the way back when she moved into the house as a little girl.
House looks like that,
hear
yeah.
some stories.
I have a house
what
about that.
An incredible place
I
to
don't know.
be
I think
from.
these are a little bit bigger than my house.
And while we were filming our outro for this video, a man honked his horn and jumped out of his car wearing a MAGA hat. And guess what? He's
there he is. Yeah, that's about right. And look at all these cars, by the way. All these new cars.
a subscriber, and he knows AOC.
It's beautiful here. Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful here. And AOC obviously was a resident and went to the high school that I went to as well. So
For a long time. She was here for for close to 20 years.
Yes, absolutely. Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Wow.
in this town.
People around here like Trump?
Absolutely, they do. A lot of people are quiet about it because they're afraid to lose friends. But I'm not afraid to lose friends for what's right. Absolutely.
What's your message, President Trump?
Oh, we love you. Just keep going. Finish the job. Go for the
finish the job. Oh shit.
President Trump.
Oh, we love you. Just keep going. Finish the job. Go for the Federal Reserve, baby. Come on.
Man.
Maybe you can explain.
Bro, that's a lot.
We've been here for 2 hours. We've been walking around. It's beautiful. It's patriotic. There's like American flags on every street. How could you become such a dirty communist growing up here?
If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, maybe it's a duck.
How's it possible?
I don't know. I don't think it is. I think it's fake. I think the main...
Really, really strong millennial energy there, guys. Ah, you hate to see it, don't you? Ah, jeez. Ooh. Ow, wow.
mainstream media paints a different story than what you... If you interview anyone who's on the street here, I don't think those values are present at all.
Yeah. There's not a lot of communists here.
No, absolutely not. It's fake. Fake news. He's been saying it since 17, man. That's it.
Identity politics is the foundation of left-wing coded ideology, demanding that the world is the foundation of left-wing coded ideology. Demanding that the world accept your identity is paramount. So why is AOC ashamed of her identity, of where she came from?
And we asked, what does it mean to be two working class women showing up to the Met?
She never talks about Yorktown Heights, and I can't figure it out. Be true to yourself. Come out of the closet and embrace your white, leafy, suburban roots. Set an example for all these little kids.
It's so sad.
Living in
really
safe,
is.
peaceful, low crime, clean communities like the one you come from. We see you. You matter. Your identity is respected. AOC, you could literally save lives. Or at least a couple of science projects.
But to do that, AOC would have to admit that her entire political life she's been fighting against herself.
Am I crazy for thinking that, like, I would rather, like, this is going to sound like a really crazy take maybe, but I would rather live directly in the middle of New York City than live out there. Because, like, if I want to go to get food at, like, 1 in the morning, I guarantee you in Yorkshire, I would get arrested if I went to go look for food. And, like, out there in New York City, like, I could get food no problem. It's a shithole. That's fine. Doesn't bother me. I live in a shithole. It's fine. Like, yeah, I don't know. That's just me, right? I mean, a DoorDash? Nah. Bro, you're crazy? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I live in the city. Like, I mean, my whole life, that's fine. Too loud? Yeah, that's true.
And that would be the toughest battle of all.
Bro, who cares? It's not that big of a deal. I agree. Then why would you lie about it? If it's not that big of a deal, then why lie about it? That's just me. Huge fucking Benny W. Oh my God, this was a good video. This was such a good fucking video. Wow, this was a good video. Give it a like, give him a sub. I haven't watched Benny's videos a whole lot for a while. Yeah, let me link it to you guys. This was so good. And there it is. Give it a like. Breaking, I asked President Trump about communist Zoran Mandami blocking ICE from operating in New York City. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to it. Here we go.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zoran Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mandami.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him.
Perfect answer. Literally perfect answer. 100%. That's what you do. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine, like, so in what universe does a mayor of a city think that they can actively fight against and impede the federal government? Of course you get arrested for that. Duh. What are you, fucking retarded? Of course.
Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money.
Authorities don't need to cooperate with federal authorities. I understand that, but apparently you have a comprehension problem because the nature of the question was actively impeding them doing their work rather than not cooperating. And so not cooperating and actively impeding are two very different things. So you need to learn to listen better. That way you don't get yourself confused next time.
We send him all the things that he needs to run a government.
Yeah.
And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita,
I guess this is in
Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
that's what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they move to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more on the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially. We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything, and ideally. He's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. I've always said, we will not have socialism in this country. In the speeches, I say, well, what? They skipped socialism. And you got a lot of them like that. And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there.
Bad IQ. That's one way to say it, right?
Ranting and raving about how wonderful he is.
Oh, God.
Look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. I was there a long time ago, and it was a long time since a Republican won the city. Yeah, but you would think that a Republican would be able to win. Or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem, and he was unfairly hurt over this question. He made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in. And like he was indicted the following day.
Oh.
And I said, that was a phony indictment. That it was a phony indictment. That was a Biden indictment. I said, don't feel bad. I got indicted 5 times.
Yeah.
Every time you opened your mouth. That was a bad group. That was a very dangerous group, I will tell you. These were not nice people. That was the only thing they could do. They had no policy. They had no skill. They had no anything, but they were very good at that. They were vicious, horrible people.
There we go, and that's a pretty good answer, I would say. And honestly, I totally fucking agree with this, by the way. I mean, like, in my opinion, I think if the federal government, if the local governments are actively trying to if they're trying to impede federal government, then I think the people should be arrested. But if they're just simply not cooperating with the federal government, then I think they shouldn't get funding. Because why are we giving you money if you're not even willing to uphold the laws, right? I mean, we have the rules, and the whole idea is that you get the money and you put the rules out and you apply the rules. So if you don't do that, I mean, I think that it's a very, very clear-cut situation, right? I mean, if you're not following the rules, then you shouldn't get the fucking money. I don't want my money going to some state that doesn't want to follow federal law because of some bullshit political reason. That's ridiculous. So yeah, it becomes a criminal act. Yes, not upholding the law is impeding, though. Not upholding and actively impeding are completely different things, and you are being disingenuous to combine them. Now, that being said, obviously, if he is actively impeding things and doing that, I think he does deserve to go to jail the same as anybody else would, right? But that's not really anything that's special to him because he's the mayor. That's anybody who's trying to actively impede federal investigations and federal work. So yeah, it's that simple, man. Reddit's convinced themselves that Trump has a 70 IQ. Well, if Trump has a 70 IQ, then why does Trump keep beating all of the people that they support? I mean, again, I don't the entire idea of a person's intelligence. There's a lot of people that are smart. A person's intelligence, in my opinion, should be primarily defined by their ability to execute their will. If this person can do something in order to achieve a goal, that is, in my opinion, intelligence. Right? It doesn't matter whether you have 150 IQ or a 50 IQ. If you can just straight up get shit done, get results, then that makes you smart. And if you can't get results, then you're not smart. Because intelligence, the ability to, find the next prime number in a series of numbers, this isn't really intelligence. That's just math, right? It's the ability to, find the next prime number in a series of numbers. This isn't really intelligence. That's just math, right? And so being able to spot patterns, etc. We have calculators for that. We've got books for information. So it's not really the ability to, hold and, have information. It's the ability to apply that information and that knowledge in a way that's beneficial for you, right? And so that's the real level of intelligence. And it's the difference between intelligence and wisdom. Wisdom is what truly matters. Intelligence is secondary, and it can inform wisdom, but obviously these things are a little bit different. People forget smart people. Yeah, exactly. Aleister Crowley said the highest form of magic is willpower. Yeah, he was a smart guy. I mean, he started this Church of Satanism. I mean, he's a bit of a nutball for sure, definitely. But at the same time, he had a few good ideas, and people still talk about him. He's a smart guy. Yeah, okay. He was a pedo. I never heard about him being a pedo. Never heard about that. But anything else, yeah, bet if you pulled New Yorkers, you wouldn't even know what it's like for going on, like me, for example, first time hearing of this. Yeah, it's weird, bro. What the fuck? And so, yeah, this guy trying to, actively stop ICE from doing their job, I think Trump should arrest him. It's not even a question. So hopefully he does. I think that'll make great content.
Well, listen, the good news is you're playing with the best ADC on the region. I got teams every game.
You're a diamond. You're...
What?
Literally died 5 times, dumbass.
Yeah, because my support blows balls.
I don't do shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
Go back to jungling! You suck ass as ADC! Look, he gave me the fist. He liked me.
Don't worry, call me bad again and I'll be giving you the fist pretty soon. You made her sad, you piece of shit. So, Laura is doing this subathon thingy, and one of her things is play League. So she asked me if I'd be down to duo with her. So let me call her.
Hi!
Wait, make sure that your mic is set on to the right one.
Well, the other one doesn't work. I have a cancer mic like you now.
Do you say you have a cancer mic like me?
Yeah.
My mic's not that bad. Alright, what's your IGN? Stop calling me kiddo. What's your IGN?
Ba Dien Nagis Meow.
Guess what champ you're gonna be playing?
Yumi.
Nope, you're gonna be playing Rakan.
Who the fuck is Rakan?
Wait, what?
Is that the monkey?
No, like, you know Zaya Rakan?
Rakan.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Now you said Rakan.
Dude, it's Zaya Rakan.
Rakan. King Kong.
You're gonna be playing Rakan, you're not playing Yumi this game. Because it's not as funny for the YouTube viewers if you're on Yumi, that's why.
Why?
Because we need to see your iron level Rakan mechanics.
Okay.
You know what's crazy? That I have more than 500 games and I'm still Diamond 4.
It's your fault because your skill issue.
It's not skill issue.
It is. Look.
Yeah, but say Pinky promise you're gonna lock it in.
Pinky.
Baby, no, I'm serious. Do not lock in Yumi. Like, listen, I am playing a league game with you. The least you could do is make it an entertaining video by locking in Rakan. Please.
Yeah.
No, like, actually.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Yeah. I can't even play Yumi.
Well,
Fuck.
They banned it. Nice. Well, listen, the good news is you're playing with the best ADC on the region that gets shit teams every game.
You're Diamond. You're shit.
What?
Should I get Ignite? Or should I get... What is it called? Exhaust?
Are you even gonna use either of them no matter which one you take?
No.
Just take Ghost. Just take Ghost. I hope you know I'm still Diamond 4.
Yeah, and still skill issue and still dog shit. Oh, nice! I have a Rakan skin.
Why are you so surprised?
Because I don't buy skins for man characters. I have a boyfriend. I can't play male characters. It's very surprising to me that you want me to play one.
Real.
It's crazy that you're actually playing a female without my permission, but like, whatever. I'm used to you cheating on me.
What is that even supposed to mean?
I have seen your Jinx gameplay.
So you're saying that because I play Jinx, I'm cheating on you?
Okay, if I would suck Rakan, is that cheating?
Do you not think that's a little different from just locking in a champion on a video game?
Wow. It's two people that lock in, so it's like, what are you on?
Okay, locking in for jobs and locking in a video game character are two very different things.
How?
Good point. Come
He plays
on.
with Fortune because of her tits. Yeah, because I lack in them and his mom said he loves boobies.
Okay, none of that is true.
Now tell me again that he's not cheating.
None of that is true. Okay,
Sure.
can we just please focus on the game?
I don't even know what my V does. Rakan dashes, then spirals into the air, knocking up for 1 second and healing. Do I have to like WU or what do I do?
No, you W the enemies.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What does my Q do?
It doesn't matter. The only thing you're gonna use this game is W. So when you see the enemies and I tell you to, you're gonna press W on them, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now, W. Oh! Okay, now auto attack her to death. Nice! Good!
Yeah, no problem.
Why'd you say no problem?
Oh shit, sorry.
It's fine. I'm used to you taking all my money.
Real. My little baby girl. My little mamacita.
Okay, wait, press W, press W, press W. Press W, press... Okay, nice, you got this.
Oh my god! What is that?
What?
What does my E do?
E, wait, you had E?
What does my E do?
If you press it on me, then you jump to me. Okay, just wait for me, I'm coming. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Baby, grind on me. Feel like you're mine. Take your time with me.
Wait, are
Okay,
you
what
listening
about
to
I-
music?
No,
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
You're listening to music, aren't you?
I'm not! What is wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Turn off the music.
What's wrong with you? I'm listening to absolutely nothing. Just an annoying motherfucker in my ears telling me what to do, what not to do on a character I've never played before.
Okay, can you just turn off the music and focus?
Again?
Stop. Just turn off the music and focus.
Wow! Iran! Lobby contest!
It's not an iron lobby, shut up. It's silver.
This dumb bitch. Okay, I have V and E.
Okay. Go press W on the misfortune.
Okay, where is she? On the misfortune?
That's Poppy. Still good though. Good try.
Okay, what do I do? What do I do?
What do you do? You go in! Go in! Go in! Go in!
No, you're trolling literally like it's crazy.
What the fuck am I trolling?
Wow, you're fucking trolling. You're supposed to be challenger, Dantes. You're dog shit. You're supposed to carry me. What the fuck? What a dog shit player. You're so fucking dog shit. I'm supposed to be the dog shit one.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're living up to that. 0 and 2.
And 1.
Yeah, 3 CS. Imagine, you killed 3 minions this game.
Okay, I cannot kill minions.
Why?
I'm supposed to leave them for you.
So?
It's called controlling.
Wait, do I max W or E?
Man, you're such a dog shit player. It's
Shut
crazy.
up! Do I max...
You're dog shit.
Fuck off! Do I max E? Okay.
You're supposedly challenger. Only thing I see here is you giving me a hard fucking challenge time.
That didn't even make sense.
Fuck off. Oh my god, why can I not do anything? I'm so dog shit.
Yeah, you are. And imagine, I have to play with you. Oh, no. Nice. Baby, can you play better? It's embarrassing.
Entschuldigung Sie bitte? Was ist bei dir los, du Hurensohn? Halt meine Schnauze. Ich bin jetzt richtig ab hier, Alter.
Wait, I can speak German too. Laffa, laffa, boom, boom, boom.
Du dumme Nutte, Alter. Du riechst mich Schnauze an. What do I buy?
I don't know. Buy whatever it tells you to. Okay, I need you to press W on the misfortune, okay?
A red boot? Guys, trust me, you don't know anything. I know better build. I had Rakan skin.
That's not how it works.
Yes, it is.
I saw a little bit about this. This was crazy. This happened earlier today.
Bernard Zapper, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I want to get your thoughts, your insights now as we're watching a very active scene unfold.
Yeah,
this is
like
a
20-year-old
dangerous
person,
scene
right?
where we believe at this point in time we haven't gotten any updates from
they
authorities.
killed 2
The threat has been
firefighters.
neutralized. There are possibly
What fucking idiot kills firefighters?
The main thing is eliciting information from the community and local law enforcement to start zeroing in on the possibilities of this and just breaking it down. And that's unfolding. In terms of the fire suppression, obviously, if they're going to a new area and where this thing
I'll see what the update is about the person who did it.
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, they just cut his ass off. And let's see if I can find it. So this is so they killed his ass.
We begin this morning with a Fox News alert. 2 firefighters killed and 1 injured in an ambush while responding to a brush fire in Idaho. And we are now learning officials found the suspected
killed himself?
dead.
Hey. At least he did one thing right.
Weapon also discovered near his body. We are going to bring you the very latest on this investigation throughout the morning.
Meanwhile, our other top story over on Capitol Hill. In just a few hours, the Senate set to kick off a vote-a-rama.
Who the fuck kills firefighters?
After debating the bill overnight, but after months of going back and forth, will Congress be able to meet the president's July 4th deadline? You're watching Fox and Friends First here on a Monday morning. I am Todd Pyro.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you all. And I'm Carly Shimkus. And we begin this morning in Idaho.
Actual
where
sicko, get him out of here.
As we said, 2 firefighters
that for
killed,
us.
and according to officials, at least 1 other firefighter is still in the hospital after being caught in the crosshairs of gunfire.
The Kootenai County Sheriff giving an update overnight on what they know so far.
Yeah, we believe, based on the information that we've been able to collect, that we believe that there was only 1 shooter. We do believe that the suspect started the fire and it was intentional. There are law enforcement personnel that are up there, and we will conduct the investigation.
It's really sad whenever something like this happens because, it's like now as a firefighter, I mean, you're always going to be a little bit more on edge whenever you're working. And, so instead of your head being 100% in the game, it's like 95% in the game. This is, new fear unlocked. Exactly.
Continue it tomorrow morning. This was a total ambush. These firefighters did not have a chance.
A former homicide detective and retired chief of detectives Brian Foley joins us now to discuss. Brian, great to have you here in person.
Morning.
What are investigators doing right now to, 1, figure out why this happened, but 2, to make sure the area is all clear, make sure that there are no booby traps left behind?
Well, so what they want to know is what you said, the motive and did he act alone. So right now, cops are applying for search warrants for cell phone records, computer records, search warrants for his residence, vehicles, everything.
DeviantArt
profiles, to search his body.
Probably a furry.
It's a good move that they did move the body. There'll be an autopsy. The autopsy is going to go a long way of the suspect to determine whether or not he acted alone, and this was in fact indeed a suicide. Gunshot residue on his hands. If he pulled the trigger himself, if he killed himself, that'll show the closeness, the proximity of where the barrel of the firearm was to his body when he killed himself. That'll determine whether he acted alone.
Oh yeah,
the
right.
motive.
That's somebody shooting.
Most of the motive is going to come out of the search and seizure warrants. based on his footprints and social media, his footprints on where his cell phone was, where he traveled. Very interesting investigation. I think it was a great move for them to move the suspect's body prior to the fire getting to him, because that kept your GSR, your gunshot residue, with him in the autopsy to determine whether he was indeed a suicide.
That's one of the ways that they can tell, by the way. So, if you, one of the ways that the police can decide whether a person is able, shot themselves or was killed, is the, I think it's the gunpowder, and there's residue that the bullet leaves. There's blood splatter. Yeah, sure. I just don't know enough about that, but I know about that for sure. The trajectory, powder burns, exactly.
The call was placed by a Kootenai County deputy while these events were unfolding. Listen here.
Any day now.
Oh, we don't have that.
Oh, we don't have that, but I will say what he said. We have an emergency situation taking place in the district area. There's an active shooter at a fire. There's potentially 2 battalion chiefs down. If you put yourself in the perspective of these firefighters going to an emergency situation completely unaware that these events were going to be unfolding with a gunman gunning them down. So do you think this person that was found dead near the scene started the fire, shot these firefighters, and then shot him?
He and his parents are Trump supporters? Well, okay. Do you think that, like, now I'm like, oh man, oh no. Wait, one of our guys did this? Wait, I think he's innocent. Guys, I think he's innocent. Oh no, it's a guy that agrees with me politically. That means he didn't actually do the shooting. Oh, of course. Wow, oh my God, no, he got set up by the deep state. It's George Soros paid him to make a false flag to make Donald Trump look bad, so he's gonna make everybody transsexual and gay. Go back to Twitter, you fucking retard.
I do. Look at 2012 in Webster, New York, a very similar type of situation. The guy set his house on fire and his car on fire. He shot 4 firefighters upon their arrival, fatally killing 2. This is a very eerily similar situation. Fire departments, when they're responding since 9/11, have been extra cautious, but they're really not looking for this. But I can tell you, these are first responders killed in the line of duty. You'd think every investigation is handled the same. It doesn't matter who the victim is. But we all know the truth is a little different. When you kill a cop, when you kill a fireman in the line of duty, all the resources are coming.
You pull aggro. Like anybody who played GTA knows that.
Federal, local, state, and they're all going to be pushed into this investigation. They'll be able to determine very quickly as to whether he did act alone and what that motive was. If there's a manifesto, hopefully kicking around somewhere that'll tell us why he did what he did.
To that point, we had a similar tragedy in Connecticut a few years ago that you know all too well. In that instance, it was police officers that were killed in Bristol, but it was an ambush. It was an ambush nonetheless. What leads someone to ambush any first responder like this?
Mental illness.
Triggered, all right?
Mental illness. That's what it is every single time. I think all of the people in all of these shooters are mentally ill. And I think actually a lot of the gang shooters are also mentally ill, but the mental illness they have is manifested differently. So, like, really, and this is the problem, is that but I think that we have a tremendous amount of leeway that we give to people who exhibit symptoms of antisocial violent behavior. And I think that the problem is that if you don't socialize those people and you don't hold them accountable for their behavior, they turn into Carmelo Anthony's, or they turn into this fucking retard, right? That's it. We're in an extreme global mental health crisis. We are. This is a massive mental health crisis. And also keep in mind, this is happening in Europe too. In Europe, they're using guns and cars, or sorry, knives and cars, but they're still doing the same thing. This is something that's happening all over the Western world. And I mean, I don't know what's happening like in, China, right? Who knows? But like, I know that in Europe, this is a problem. In America, it's a problem, etc. Maybe just ban guns. Well, then people just drive cars through crowds, like in Germany. Like every month, there's somebody who drives a car through a crowd in Germany. Like, yes, obviously. And also, by the way, I'm not going to ban. I would rather run the risk of getting shot and be able to protect myself with a gun. The only people that want to ban guns are people who think that they're never going to need to protect themselves with a gun. If somebody breaks into your house, the only thing that you can do is protect yourself with a gun. I know you might think that you're a kung fu master, but when 3 guys show up and one of them has a bat or a stick or something like that, and it's at night and you're not ready for it, you're dead, man. You're dead. There's no way that you're going to come out ahead unless you have a gun. It doesn't matter if you're Bruce Lee.
So now something happened in their life for them to get triggered. If you look at what happened in Bristol, they got pulled over by the cops. So what happened in this man's life to make him want to go after firefighters? That's odd. I always think sovereign citizen or someone out there in the that lives in remote areas like that.
I don't think it's a sovereign citizen. They're too young for that. They're only didn't it say this person was only 20 years old? They're way too young for that.
Government. That's just a guess at this point. Again, investigators, you have the feds, when Uncle Sam brings his resources, everything happens pretty quickly. And you could see that happen with the helicopters, with the stuff, the technology they had to find that cell phone, not a typical ping, you know, where you get a search warrant for somebody and you're pinging that specific one cell phone. No, they had technology to find a signal on its own. That might not work on 6th Avenue here in New York City, but out in that wilderness there, where you can isolate on a single cell phone fairly easily if you have
I think people very, very strongly underestimate the types of technologies and resources that the government has that they can engage if they choose to.
Technology, and it got them.
They usually just don't choose to.
Being sent to the scene, Dan Bongino already said on X the FBI is on its way, already there, and assets are headed to the direction of Idaho as well. Really quickly, does this seem like personal vendetta to you?
You mean like he targeted a certain firefighter? No, it doesn't feel like that to me at all. That'd be really.
It's 3 people.
It'd be almost impossible to
3
make sure
people
you have
were
that
engaged.
right firefighter based on staffing, when they show, proximity,
no, if he was
what
targeting,
calls are going on. No,
if you wanted to target a specific firefighter, he'd know who they are. You can look up their house in public registry and just go to their house and kill them in their sleep. So that's not what it was. I mean. Like, obviously, you can't apply normal logic to like mass shooter people because usually they're just stupid. But at the same time, I think that's more likely, right? Like, like that guy that showed up like as the police outfit, that was a smart guy. That guy had his shit planned out, and it took a while to get him. And that was after killing lawmakers, multiple ones.
Seems like he just wanted to go out and make a statement against, feels like, again, against government itself.
Oh, my goodness.
Brian Foley, thank you for joining us on a sad morning, but your insight invaluable. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian.
There's something sketchy about the whole thing?
I'm Steve Doocy.
Do you think there's something sketchy about it? I don't know. Like, let me see. This is the so this is who it is. So we're building up to it, right?
A gut-wrenching story out of Idaho. A procession lining the freeway early this morning in Spokane, Washington, saluting the 2 firefighters who lost their lives during an ambush attack that also sent a 3rd firefighter to the hospital. The as-yet unidentified suspect is accused of starting a brush fire in a northern Idaho mountain range in an effort to lure first responders into a trap, where he then acted as a sniper to shoot at them.
I mean, I'm the kind of person that there are like so people of a political affiliation doing violence are different than people doing violence because of political affiliation. Like, these are 2 very different things. Doing violence are different than people doing violence because of political affiliation. Like, these are 2 very different things.
Arrived on scene to fight the blaze. The suspected gunman was found hours after the shooting by police in a wooded area with a weapon near his body. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno, here with my co-host Harris Faulkner, and also joining us today, Marie Harf, Fox News contributor and former State Department spokesperson under President Obama.
Yeah, they found who it is.
Rosanna Scotto, Fox 5 New York anchor and host of the Underground Economy.
It's unlikely that it's political if you're shooting firemen. They're like, firemen are not politicized really in any way. So, I mean, you always, and there's also, like, you have to keep in mind that inside of the mind of a crazy person, things that might seem normal to you are intensely political to them. So, like, for example, do you remember that guy that blew up the IVF facility because he was an antinatalist and he thought that all humans should die? There are, like, levels of, like, political delusion that exist that transcend normal Overton window conversations. And so, like, you can't rule that out.
On Fox Nation, and John Yoo, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General, UC Berkeley law professor, and former Justice Clarence Thomas law clerk.
He also blew himself up.
Now first, let's go to Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt, live on the ground in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, with the latest. Jonathan.
Emily, some breaking news for you via the Associated Press, which is now reporting that law enforcement officials are telling them that the identity of the gunman in this tragic incident is Wes Rowley, as the Associated Press reports it. We believe he is in the region of 20 years old. We do not know anything else about that alleged gun.
We really have to look at why is it that so many young men are turning towards extremism. Whether it's extreme communism, extreme red pill, extreme religion, or extreme violence. We really have to look at why this is happening. Like, did you just assume their gender? Yeah. Yeah, 95% of these people are men. You go look at prisons and look at all the murderers, 95% men. Yeah, this is a guy issue. And white? That's not really true. I mean, like, the thing is that, like, in terms of like school shooters, I think that, yeah, a lot of them end up being white. But in terms of all kinds of shooters, no, there's everybody. Look at all the gang shootings there. Those are primarily non-white. No, absolutely not. Like, this isn't a white people bad thing. I think that, honestly, I think that the problem and the existential issue that a lot of these men face, like young men face, like if you're a 19-year-old guy, I think that fundamentally, like at a very core level, a gangbanger in, you know, Chirac is not completely different than an isolated incel in Idaho. I think that, like, in a lot of cases, if you look at both of their lives, it's going to be the same thing. Am I crazy for saying that? A gangbanger? Yeah. Somebody who's going around shooting people for gangs. Yeah, absolutely. What do you want me to call him? Do you want me to call him I don't know, like a good, a promising young man? No. They're awful. They're criminals. Yeah, no, absolutely. You mean gang member? Oh, gangbanger. I don't know. I think that's an old. Maybe it's an antiquated term. Yeah, a gang member. Like maybe that's confusing because people usually don't use that term anymore. Yeah, a gang member from one of these gangs. I don't think is completely different from an incel from one of one of these gangs. I don't think is completely different from an incel from one of these like random schools. I think that if you look at like a lot of their life experiences and a lot of it, and you distill it down to like base core concepts, I think you will find more similarities than differences.
Point. Meantime, investigators, of course, still trying to piece together everything that happened here. Last night, the bodies of the 2 firefighters who were killed were removed from the mountain here. They were shot dead, having gone to battle a fire around 1:30 p.m. Pacific time in the mountains here, but within minutes of arriving, found themselves instead facing sniper fire.
Disclosed TV posted what appears to be the shooter transitioning. Bullshit. I'm not gonna play that up. I'm not gonna it's a trans person because they have long hair. Get the fuck out of here.
A hidden sniper opening fire on them, prompting a frantic emergency call from another firefighter. Listen here.
We need law enforcement up here immediately. We've got another Coeur d'Alene firefighter down. We've got 2 unresponsive battalion chiefs, gunshot wounds, multiple gunshot wounds. 2 Coeur d'Alene firefighters are down. I'm pinned down. It's clear to me that this fire was set intentionally to draw us in.
Police, SWAT teams, and FBI agents rushed to the scene around 3. ...300 officers in all, and for some time they continued to take sniper fire, with the sheriff saying it was clearly a trap that was set. Listen to the sheriff.
Yeah.
You know, when you have an environment where you don't know where the bullets are coming from because of the trees and the shrubbery and what have you, it is daunting for police officers, let alone firefighters who are there just to put out the fire. So it's very, very difficult. Very difficult for drones or helicopters to see.
Why are more people violent today than they were decades ago? What's changed in those decades? One of the big reasons why is that there are a lot of tools of socialization that existed in previous cultures that no longer exist in current cultures. So I think that like some of the big reasons why that happens, number one, you have a lack of faith, and that is faith inside, and this is a general term, but I am using it primarily in terms of a religion, is that there is no guiding North Star or moral principle of society anymore that really tethers together the moral fabric. And so, like in a lot of countries, you have a predominant ideology or at least in America, you have a predominant religion. So that religion, obviously religion can manifest in bad ways, but for most people in most religions, it manifests in good ways, and it acts as an ordering force in their life, and it creates an additional deterrent that keeps them away from doing bad things that exist outside of the corporeal realm as like an existential accountability measure, like going to hell, for example, or, you know, oh, if you die a martyr or something like that, you have like virgins whenever you die or something. There's a million examples of this, but they exist in this facet. So that's number one. Number two is a breakdown in society. So you don't have anymore what are referred to as third places. So, for example, it's bullshit. No, it's not. It's not. I'm sorry. I know that there's a lot of atheists, and I'm an atheist too. I don't think that it's necessary. Like, it's not necessary for me, but you have to be able to think outside of your own mind. Stop thinking from your own decision-making for apparatus and start thinking from the mind of another person. So, yeah, stop thinking about how you think and then assuming everybody else thinks like that. And let's see here. How's faith working out in Gaza? I don't know. Why don't you ask the IDF? And so anyway, the fact is that with a lot of or ask Hamas, which again are terrorists. I mean, are we going to act like everybody there is doing that? Like, again, listen, religion has a huge ordering effect of society. And I think that it is a massive important thing to have for a huge contingency of the population. I know that a lot of people might not like that, but I think that it's true. And I think that to the extent that we have divorced religion from popular culture and society, political dogma, ideology, intersectionality, sexual identity, gender identity has replaced religion. So it's not like we've gotten rid of religion. We've simply replaced religion with somehow an even more retarded version of religion. Somehow Noah's Ark seems a little bit more believable than transitioning and saying that you're a woman means that you can compete against other biological women in sports. Fuck, can we just go back to Noah's Ark? That made more sense. And so anyway, no, I that's the way so that's number one. You have no third spaces, so that means that's like besides work, like you're not going to the skating park anymore. You're not going to a land center. You're not going to church. You're not going to a coffee shop. And so people live inside of these isolated bubbles on the internet that increasingly radicalize them until they pop off like this. That's the reason. And you have also a breakdown of the family structure. Many of these people have absent parents, single parents, or a even worse parental structure. There's a lot of reasons why these things happen. And I think that if you break it down and you look at it, it actually makes a lot of sense. And by the way, those are some of the reasons. I'm giving you some reasons. I can't give you every reason. Somewhere someone's blaming video games. I'm sure somebody has killed somebody else over a video game at some point in time. I just don't really think it's a recurring thing.
So this was a total ambush, taken by surprise.
After several hours, members of a SWAT team discovered the body of a man. He was dead. There was a weapon nearby. And at that point, the sheriff declared that there was no longer a threat. And just to repeat the breaking news, the Associated Press reporting that the shooter has been identified to them by law enforcement officials as a young man called Wes Rowley. As for the condition of the wounded firefighter, who was also evacuated from the mountain, he went through emergency surgery last night. The sheriff at that point described him as fighting for his life. We are told this morning that he is in stable condition. One small piece of good news in this terrible tragedy.
Based firefighters.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Rosanna, I cannot imagine a worse scenario than our brave first responders rushing to a fire to put it out and just ambushed totally unprotected, and now to learn that likely the fire was started to lure them in. It's just abjectly terrifying.
So, Emily, you know, I'm glad they have the suspected gunman in custody.
Well, he did, right?
He's now passed.
Yeah.
I don't care about him. I don't want to know his motive. I don't want to know his name. I don't want to know his background, his childhood, nothing. He killed 2 innocent firefighters who were...
I think that you have to figure out, like, I think reading these people's manifestos, I agree with her perspective. And I would even agree with not showing their faces. But I think understanding who they are and knowing why they did it helps create a profile for other people that do this in the future. Because I'll be honest, I think that a lot of the same people, like, it seems pretty easy to profile these people.
Running towards danger. They are unsung heroes.
I see her
the
perspective,
people in that
though.
community
Of course I do.
lined the roadways yesterday as they brought their bodies to the morgue. I don't want to know about this guy. I want to know more about those unsung heroes.
Thanks for 10
That's who I want to know about this morning.
Yeah. Harris, I spoke with a few of my friends there in the Pacific Northwest who are part of the firefighting community, and they are just absolutely devastated and in shock. This is totally unexpected.
Yeah, and when you hear the real-time call for help and that the firefighters on the ground believe that it was set and they were drawn in, I mean, that's so jarring to know that they're taking incoming fire and they're telling the world what they think has happened. If you'll allow me, Emily, I want to save some of my time for you, John.
Yeah, it's a whole lot.
Is this domestic terrorism?
We don't know yet. I think what we need to...
I find it to be unlikely that it's domestic terrorism. Terrorism is generally for a political means. Shooting firefighters, it seems unlikely. Yeah, and also, by the way, terrorism is very simple. It's violence for a political means. I don't think that, like, because firefighters are one of the least politicized groups in terms of a government apparatus, I think that making, like, assuming that it's because of them being firefighters, it's terrorism, I think that's just illogical. That's all. And also, like, I'm not ruling it out. I'm just saying you shouldn't start with that as a premise.
Have is a full investigation. Unfortunately, we have to know everything about him and his background. In the short term, we need to understand, is it terrorism? Is anybody helping him? Was anybody working with him? That's why the FBI is there, to see if this is part of a larger conspiracy.
Of course they're terrorists.
And then I think we have to figure out ways to punish people like this to stop them, because I totally agree.
Well, he's dead.
We have people
Solved.
rushing in to save people's lives. Now they have to worry about people shooting at them. So we have to figure out ways to deter people from ever doing this in the future.
You can't.
If there are people helping him, he's 20 years old apparently. If his parents should have known, then unfortunately they have to be investigated.
You cannot expect the parents to know, like, come on.
It reminds me of cases of minors who've had guns and done school shootings.
He's not
and
a minor.
we have had to punish the parents for not reporting them. If they've stolen guns, if they shouldn't have had weapons. I think we have to do that kind of full field investigation here too. In the longer run, we have to think about culture. Shouldn't people be condemning the shooter and praising the firefighters?
Right. Well, all of that is
We're going to talk, I think, later about people who won't condemn terrible speech. At the very least, our politicians should be able to condemn.
Whoa, what are we doing? Whoa.
This kind of conduct.
Well, and you hit the reason why I asked that question. Are there add-ons legally if it's a certain category of crime? And you're right, it's too soon to know, but you answered that. Yeah, so we know that there will be, depending on what this is.
Yeah, and there's always enhancements that can be put online and weight and the like. And I note, too, first of all, it's a smaller community there, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. It's rural. It's a tight-knit community. And the first responder community is still reeling from the loss from the deaths there to the firefighters from the fires a few years ago. So this is a community that is still suffering from that. And then to have an ambush occur, it just absolutely defies logic, and it really shocks the conscience, Marie.
Emily, I agree. That was the first thing I thought of when I saw this. Think about what the firefighting community has been through. In Idaho...
I mean, look, I'll pull up this guy, and I'll find out and see if there's any information about what's this guy's name? I want to go ahead and look at it. His name is fucking retard? Yeah, I guess so. Man, let's see if there's any information about this. Here's your anti-law enforcement connection. Wes Rowley's father is a member of the Hooligans Outlaw Biker Club. The suspect is shooting, killed 2 Idaho firefighters, and injured is a 20-year-old Wes Foley. Okay, let's see if I can find this. And again, this is all suspected. It's not 100% certain yet. He's had a prior arrest for assault in 2024. The incident involved him allegedly attacking a woman with a knife, in which he was charged with a felony assault with a deadly weapon. He pleaded guilty for misdemeanor assault and received a sentence of 180 days in jail with 150 days suspended. He was ordered to undergo a mental health evaluation and complete anger management classes. Social media activity, particularly on X, revealed disturbing content. He posted about his disdain for authority figures, including police and firefighters, and expressed radical views, and posts included threats and general hostility towards society. Additionally, he was known to have made threats against his family, leading to a no-contact order being issued against them. See, this is what I was talking about. This person should have been locked up as soon as they went after a woman with a knife. And then you have you have a person that and these are two, this is exactly what I'm trying to talk about, right? Is that this is a person who, went after and tried to stab somebody with a knife and also has a no contact order with their family. This person should have been locked up in a padded room, and this should have never happened. And now 2 people are dead because of the supposed empathy that we have for psychopathic parasites like this freak. And luckily, he killed himself, so we're not going to have to pay for him to stay in jail for the rest of his life. He did us a favor. But the problem is that there's going to be another one like this, and it's going to happen again. Until people can stop these problems and have the unedited photo. Yeah, this is the person, right? I mean, I don't know. I had hair like this whenever I was, a teenager, kind of, or 20. The photos me, I think domestic terror, you think? No, I don't think so. Live press conference happening? Well, I don't know if there's that. Let me see if I can pull it up right now and I'll see it. And so, yeah, same. Yeah, exactly, right. I would have hair like that now, but that's not really the case, I'm sorry to say. And what is this here? Let me see if I can find it. But, yeah, I don't know where the rest of the information is on this. So, yeah, discover I'm age and not be posting about his family unless I need to. So, where is he headed and for how long? This part of mother is really her mom. I don't know where this is here. This is some other bullshit. He has a tree service. Okay, that's not really very relevant. And since it's public, May 2025, mom and new boyfriend take a trip to DC without Wes Foley. I'm thinking this kid might have had problems with mom's new life. All I can tell you is mom is very conservative and just posting facts. So this is his mom and then I guess his new stepdad. Okay, wow. And just set a compound in the mountains. Oh my God. His dad is a member of the Hooligans Outlaw. Oh, geez. Wow. And stepfather of the Idaho shooter, Wes Foley, in a recent trip to Washington, D.C. Oh, boy. And, wow. This guy, his parents had a restraining order on him, and he went to jail for attacking someone with a knife. See, I want you guys to see this. This is the kind of person we let run wild in society. This is it. And now 2 people are dead. Many such cases. What could go wrong? Yeah, mental asylum. That's right. Absolutely. And well-adjusted human right there. Yeah, 100% has to stop. The problem is, here's what the problem is. The problem is weaponized and anti-altruistic, selfish empathy. People think that they're being a good person by letting an individual like this live a life of freedom. But what they don't realize is that their life of freedom takes the freedom away from everybody else. And now the entire world and society has to live inside of the threat and the fear of these animals living among us. Until we can recognize problems before they happen and we can treat them like they need to be treated, we will continue to see these tragedies until we bring back mental asylums and we put people like this away. It's the tolerance paradox. It's not tolerance paradox. It's people doing this because they think it makes them feel good and they think they're being a good person. That's the reason why. Asmongold is trying to radicalize us. If I became president, I would at least triple the amount of people in jail. I would triple the amount of people in jail and I'd force them into labor. We'd solve every problem in society in 6 months. We wouldn't need guardrails in front of subways. We wouldn't need to have everything under glass cases. All those people be in jail, and they'd be in mental asylums or somehow locked away, and everybody else can live a life of freedom. Yep, the solution. Vote Asmongold 2028. I'm going to put everybody in jail. And we're going to bring back slavery.
beyond that, I don't know.
Yeah, almost 50K. Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
it's just one or two. The mission was carried out with stealth and with precision. There were no American casualties. And while Congress is divided after receiving briefings on the extent of the damage, I'm sure that we've derailed Iran's nuclear program, at least temporarily.
Of course.
And there's some valuable deterrent effect for America's adversaries who witnessed last week's exercise.
Yep.
Then, last Tuesday, President Trump left the White House en route to Europe. At the time, there was a question as to whether Israel and Iran would honor a ceasefire. That caused the president to offer the most unfiltered, non-controversial, direct words that I can recall anybody ever saying about the Middle East.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
And then he just walked
off.
off.
Cut to The Hague, where he arrived for NATO meetings and was able to wrangle an agreement from our allies to more than double their defense spending target from 2% of gross domestic product to 5% by 2035.
The video is 6 minutes, and we are 1 minute into the video. This has been a crazy fucking week.
Also, while at NATO, in a press availability, he did something rare for Trump and I found rewarding. He showed empathy. It came in an exchange with a Ukrainian journalist who said that her husband was a soldier. She asked whether the U.S. would supply her country with Patriot missiles.
Are you living yourself now in Ukraine?
My husband is there.
Wow.
And
I can see you very, it's amazing.
And me with the kids, I'm in Warsaw actually, because he wanted me to be.
Is your husband a soldier? No?
He is.
He's there now. They do want to have the anti-missile missiles, okay, as they call them, the Patriots.
The anti-missile
and,
missiles.
And we're going to see if we can make some available. I wish you a lot of luck. I mean, I can see it's very upsetting to you. So say hello to your husband, okay?
Also in that presser, he was more reflective and respectful than usual of our allies.
They want to protect their country. And they need the United States. And without the United States, it's not going to be the same. And I left here differently. I left here saying that these people really love their countries. It's not a ripoff. And we're here to help them protect their country.
Back at home, Trump claimed that he's reached a trade deal with China and soon expects the same with India.
Jesus.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told Bloomberg that the deal was signed earlier this week. China's Commerce Ministry said Friday the two sides had further confirmed the details of the framework. Of course, Trump's initial imposition of tariffs wreaked havoc on American markets back in the spring. But now the markets have rebounded and grown. The S&P 500, NASDAQ hit record highs just yesterday.
This is all in 1 week. I actually think, like, at this point, especially now, the fact that so many of these have been working and going so well, this is just going to encourage them more and more and more.
And it's not just the stock market.
Yeah,
inflation,
we got 3
the great
more
economic
years.
fear of
Sorry,
recent
7
times
more years of this.
Seems to be tamed. The rate is now reported at 2.4%, down from a high of 7% just 4 years ago. Meanwhile, blue-collar workers have seen real wage growth of 1.7% in Trump's first 5 months. This is the largest such increase in nearly 3 generations. Notwithstanding its impact on our national debt, there's also hope among some that Trump's big, beautiful bill will give further financial relief to blue-collar workers, as well as create incentives to build more factories in the U.S. Some already see this happening. For instance, General Electric has just announced that it'll invest almost $500 million in moving production of washing machines from China to Kentucky. And then there's the border. Crossings have slowed to a trickle, according to CBP's May update. Southwest border and...
It's crazy how you can just do things, right? This is the same as that guy in El Salvador. Well, what are you going to do about all the crime? We've got all these people here committing crime. Well, we're going to build a really big jail, and then we're going to put all the people that are doing the crime in jail, and then there's not going to be any more problems. Wow. Narrative is changing, isn't it? CNN glazing Trump wasn't on my bingo card. It was not on for me. They relayed Iranian intelligence propaganda by mistake a few days ago, and now all of a sudden they're pro-Trump. Someone got replaced. I think that really, I mean, you have to understand that CNN and all of these different news agencies are for-profit corporations. Their goal is not to deliver the news in an accurate way. Their goal is to maximize shareholder value. And because of that, when you see them making a decision for or against anything. You should not assume that this decision is informed at all by an ideology. Well, it is informed by an ideology. That ideology is money.
Have fallen to about 282 a day, a drop of 93% from last year, and the lowest since the early 1960s. Perhaps the loudest cheering for those border numbers is coming from America's Latino community, which might initially sound counterintuitive.
Yeah, it's so counterintuitive because everybody knows all Latinos are illegal aliens, right? I mean, duh. That's... I mean, it would be racist to deport them, right? I mean, of course. Like, oh my God.
This woman filed a police complaint against her husband because his nagging about household chores made her lose 2 whole Instagram followers. Let that sink in. 2 followers. Not 200, not 2,000, 2. And this just wasn't even like a passive-aggressive post about him either. Nisha packed up, left her home, and went straight to the police. I thought this story was satire when I first saw it, but no, this actually happened. This woman is only publicly being called Nisha right now, but I'll get into that later on in this video, why her and her husband's images and names are all redacted. The gist is essentially that Nisha is an influencer from India who called the police on her husband because he dared to suggest that she would do, you know, a little bit of housework instead of just making Instagram reels. You can't make this up. She told the officers, "My followers declined as I was kept busy washing utensils and cleaning the house by my husband. I didn't get time to make reels." Excuse me, what? What? Imagine being a cop in that situation, sitting at your desk and someone storms in like, "He's ruining my follower account." Hello? I don't know.